Hey there, chat. Well, we're going to be continuing with the bane of my life at the moment, a templating system that's used to generate PDFs. Some of them can be pretty long, like to do 300 pages or so. Just give me a second. What the fuck is going on here? Give me a moment. Oh my. Anyway, where were we? Okay, so we've got a basic quote section over here at the moment. We need to remove this column. We don't need that anymore. Here's what we had before. Isn't so great. I've removed all the confidential information. Hopefully that was originally on this, including all the company information on the first and second pages. So I think the first thing we can do is we can remove the last column. I think that would be inside of this text file. We do have a few pieces of information like the width and everything, which we don't really need anymore. We can remove that. We can remove the last column, which is probably this over here, and that probably has to be removed everywhere as well. And how many columns is this? 1, 2, 3. This is the last bit, which spans 4 to 4. What the fuck is 4 to 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a fifth column we need to remove. Fifth column, fifth. 1, 2, 3. How the fuck can this only have 1, 2, 3 columns? That's not right. Oh, there's a multi-column here. So we probably just need to remove the and sign. And does that run? Nope. Yes, yes. Okay, cool. But we still have the tick boxes. That's generally not good. Failed to render PDF. That's weird, because this says it output the PDF. Oh, I think something might be wrong in LaTeX over here somewhere. Failed to render PDF. And it grabs a templated file name. Where the fuck does that come from? Output written on file name. Aha. It's because this over here says pages and it's now 1 page instead of 2 pages. Great stuff there, Catonia67. Yeah, unfortunately the templating thing is something that really depresses me a lot. So I've been working on this for about the past 2 months or so. Very slowly. Isn't something that I wanted to do, but how it came to be is we have a Perl based system at the moment that uses template toolkit to generate these PDFs, and we have a supplier that changed the products that they have. and there's about a 20 or 30,000 line template toolkit file that actually calculates all the components of the service, and I'm not going to be rewriting that using Perl and template toolkit, so I decided why not just convert everything to using Python and Jinja too. So basically I have like 20 or 30 PDFs open on my other screen of all the different permutations of how these products are to be displayed and output and everything, and I'm trying to now create a framework for that, where you can plug products into the system as an add-on, which then the product add-on itself pretty much knows how to take any data that we have and convert that into the pricing structure used. It isn't the easiest of things to do, but sadly we have to do it. So there's a sort of a example that I had over here, which is a YAML representation of how the product is defined. So for this specific one, these items probably don't make any sense at all, but it basically defines the parameters for the service, and at the end of the day I need to create a add-on that converts this into a quotation similar to this over here with all the pricing and everything. But that's probably at the end of this exercise. That's not going to be today, it's going to be sometime in future. But for now we need to figure out why. Okay, this is actually worked now. So we have the old pricing block over here that I was converting into this pricing block over here. So one of the other things that we need to do with this, we have got an add-on over here that implements the quotes, right? But the problem that we have is the includes are not the same. These are all importing from the templates directory, and the quotes is importing from a path with no directory. So what we probably need to do is slightly change how we do this, seeing as now we support HTML as well. So this probably needs to change to something else. Let's create a subdirectory here called text, or maybe latex. Latex might be a better idea. And we can cut that and paste that into there. So that's now that is now latex templates. And now in our latex backend, what we need to probably do is set the template directory. So we've got template extensions. Unless we call it text instead. Maybe latex might be a better idea. But then what would WheezyPrint have? Maybe we should just call that text instead. Might be a better idea. To text. This way we can swap the templates out depending on the backend that we're using. And this can be self.templates directory. It's just going to be text. and we need to go to our backend over here and have template directory. It's going to be a string. That probably has to be defined, right? But what happens if that's not being defined? Probably not going to be a good thing. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. Templates directory, and we're just going to set that blank. And let's add ourselves a property over here. Fuck, I'm not used to key combinations to copy and paste. Template directory. It's going to return a string. Templates directory used by the backend directory. Okay, so that we've added over here. Set up our backend properties or attributes. Wheezy print is probably going to be HTML. And let's just docking copy this over here and put that over there. Okay, so now in our document templater, where it grabs the backend system used to render shit, which is somewhere over here. Here's the backend there. Okay, it selects the backend based. Why the fuck are my network graphs blank? I'm not even sure. Anyway, it determines which backend to use. We've got the backend when we're over here, and we probably need to pass that to something. I don't know if it's going to be the file system loader that we need to pass it to. We pretty much need to suffix every template path we have with the backend template directory. So somewhere over here we calculate the template paths, which is over here actually. That takes the parent, which is a directory that we're in at the moment. Let's see where this is used. Okay, that pulls in all the search paths for the add-ons. Okay, it needs to be over here. So we probably just need to add a join path. That might work. And that's going to be backend.template directory, right? Why is that now saying it's not defined? Oh shit, you know what the problem here is? This is before the backend selected. Well, that's not good. Does that mean we can just move this up? No, it doesn't. Oh shit, so the add-on paths and shit comes before we load the plugins. This is something we also have to fix as well. That needs to be configuration, that can't be hard-coded. But the problem now is these template directories. This template path is the directory that we're in, and these template directories are calculated when we are looking at the paths where the add-ons are. So maybe what we need to probably do, we need to add those paths afterwards. After we have the backend, which is going to be over here. That's where we need to add the paths then. So, you probably have to move this out then. Can't be there. Or what we need to do is, instead of joining it here, we need to join that afterwards. We can't use template paths though. So maybe we can have an add-on template paths. List path, load path. Have that blank. Add that to add-on template paths. And then over here, once we have got the backend we're using, the add-on template paths and add wait a minute. I suppose we can use isdir there, that doesn't really make any difference. But we're going to have to copy something like this down here as well. And we are probably going to have to go for template path in add-on template paths. And we probably need to why is that path or type path member path is unknown? Oh, this is already a template. That's already a path, right? So we just have to have something like this, and this is going to be backend.template directory. That's going to add the backend template directory onto the path that it found in the add-on, and that's going to then change it between the LaTeX backend and the WheezyPrint backend between text and HTML, so that automatically swaps the templates out automatically. Just give me 1 second. I need to delete some email here. How on earth do I get bombarded with 14 emails in one go? Gee whiz. Give me a sec. Just need to delete all this shit. Okay. So we add on the backend template directory. We check if it is actually a directory. So maybe we should put here found add-on. Just while we're doing this, we're going to remove all the debugging information soon as well. But if it is a directory, then we found template directory, we add that to template paths, and you probably have to split this up into more functions as well. Okay, so that should automatically swap the directories out. We don't need this test anymore, that's not used. We're just going to load the 2 add-ons that we have, and we should get a directory, so this should then still work, right? Or not. Okay, we just have to update the path of that over here. So that's not going to be templates, which doesn't find it. Let us rather do reset and then where on earth do we get the template path from? Found add-on template directory. Oh, you know why that is? Forgot something. We joined the templates path, which we don't want, which was up top here. Actually, this is probably a bad idea. This is probably a bad idea. This is not going to point to the directory that the add-on is in. That's not ideal. That's where all the add-ons are coming from. This needs to be fixed. Oh, there is a to-do there. This is where all the add-ons are coming from. What we probably need to have add-on paths, maybe instead we can just actually do a rename on that. That's going to point to the path the add-on is in, and it will exist. So we can probably just remove this. Okay, and we're going to just append entry by path. Okay. Why are you giving a warning? Argument 1 to append of list has incompatible type str expected path. Oh, okay, that's fine. Add-on path is equal to path lib path entry path, and we can then replace this as well. Add-on path, and we can replace this one with add-on path. And we can probably even do this. Why? What does the path fucking attribute of this mean? Hang on, let's just quickly go to our Firefox and just check the documentation for that. What is the path attribute of pathlib? I think it's at the
I
bottom
just
of
found
this page.
something interesting. It was discovered on a space mission that a frog can throw up. The frog throws up its stomach first, so the stomach is dangling out of its mouth. Then the frog uses its forearms to dig out all of the stomach's contents and then swallows the stomach back down.
What the fuck, Kendra? Why? Why even? Is it gonna be a pure path? I don't think so. It's just gonna be a plain path, right? But what does the path attribute do? Where is the path attribute here? We got home, chmod exists, glob, group. These are all oh, here's path over here. Okay, so what does path.path do? Well, there must have been a reason why I used pathlib.path. Wait a minute. Is it the same as anything else? Nope. Well, that is pretty weird. Okay. Whatever. I don't even think we need to have the path at the end there then. Oh, but that is a scander iterator. That's why it's got the path at the end. Okay. But hang on. That seems to return something, a dir entry. And that's also got an isdir at the end. Oh fuck. Oh. If the path is not a directory, let's continue. All that for one line of code. Okay, so this then adds on lib to the end, checks if it's a directory. If it is a directory, it adds it to Python paths, which is added over here, which then loads up our plugins, which does the initialization of the plugins. It works out which backend we're going to be using, and then it checks the add-on paths, joins it with the template directory, checks if it is a directory. If it is a directory, it appends it to the template paths, which is then used to search. Okay, cool. That might work. That might work. Yes. That does look better. Okay. Let us just scroll up here a bit to where it worked out the template path. That's the LaTeX. And we found a template directory. That's the one that we were after. Okay, cool beans. Okay, so that's now that is now a bit better with the same paths that all of our other shit has. Great stuff. Okay, so we were busy removing the tick box. Oh shit, that's the wrong one. Why is that showing that? Okay. Never mind, that's one of my other ones. Okay, so it would be this PDF then. Let me just close that one over there. And we've got no tick box anymore. That's great. Okay, so let's just add in something to make this look a bit better. Where did we have the other stuff coming from? It was in here, and this is what we had before that we can remove out of there, and we can put that over probably over here, and we can just go section. Shit. Oh, good. Stuff. Okay. That should still create our PDF. Yes, great stuff, great stuff. So now that's out of our macro. But why don't we have the section? That is a bit weird. That is a bit very weird. Oh, you know why? That's in a block, right? And that block is the content. Okay, cool. That's why that would be. That's not going to get rendered unless it's within this block over here. Okay, so that should now... Well, it should have shown up, but it's not. This is even more interesting. Why the hell would that be? How do you refresh this fucking page? Oh, F5 was a bad idea. That's not how you refresh a page in... maybe if we close it. Let's close that one. Let us go... Let's just fucking close all of them. Where did it... Oh, did it update now? No. Why on earth... That's within the block that we have just created. We should just be able to put a section in it. Ah. I'll put it on a different page. Oops. Let's check what that does. Oh shit, what fucking directory am I in now? Oh, you know what F5 did? It ran from here. Okay, so that says wrote 2 pages. Oh. But there's only 1 page here. Unless it's because that is pinned. Well, anyway, that looks better. Okay, so what we now need to do is we need to add the total section for that. And we can do that by adding a macro over here, I guess. We will be cleaning all this up at a later stage. Now this one can take more than 1 quote, so let us do this instead. Let us add another one up top here. Let's add 2. Let's just call this. Let's just add like 1 fucking item here. Doesn't have to be more than that. Let's call this hello world. We don't need a unit, we don't need quantity. We do need a price. We are then going to render the second one as well. And then what we need to do is we need to have a... Well, actually we need more than this. Let's add a third one. 3. We're going to remove the need to have a section name as well. Let's call this bottle of water, whatever. I don't know. Shove a price in there. Okay. So over here then. We should get all 3 now, hopefully, without any errors. Well, that's fine for now. Okay, now what we need to do is be able to display these 3 quotes in a single table. So if we got multiple quotes in a proposal, we can add a summary at the end of it. So maybe we should call that summary then. Maybe we can just call this summary. That'll be quotes with an S. That's render. Oh. I'll call this render summary then, possibly. And what we are going to do over here is probably call that quote, or quote and quotes. We don't really need Give me a second just to check one of my other PDFs. We just need shit, there's 3 columns. It can be 2 columns, just a pricing table and a total on the right hand side. Okay, that might work. So we literally just need 2 columns here. A description and a price. Or we can call this a total. And then we can remove the colored row. We can remove sections, and we can remove the unit and quantity. The description is going to be a problem, that we don't have anything for it. Unless we give the quote a name, in which case we would have something for a description. But this we can just have something for now. And this is going to be quote the total sell price. But how are we going to get the total for all the quotes? I'd rather not do that calculation in Jinja. I don't think there's any other way for us to do that. Okay. There needs to be quite a couple of total blocks here. We need a subtotal. Which we're just going to add as a few X's. This is going to be 2 pt in size. Need another row. And another row over there. This is right aligned. don't know, grand total for now. This is going to be column 2 to 2. 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 This is going to be 2 columns wide. 2 columns, 2 columns. Okay. This should probably still work. This should probably still work. We shouldn't have killed it. Okay, great stuff. Okay. Now, if we add a summary into this one over here, let us go new page. Let us go render summary, quote, quote 2, quote 3. Okay. Nope, it did not like that, but what is the problem? Runaway argument. Okay, well, whatever the fuck that means. Whatever that means. Where would we have a runaway argument? Oh wait, found it. I think there's supposed to be a close brace there. And over here. That might explain why that happened. Okay. Oh, that looks good. Weird that this PDF isn't updating automatically. That worked fine yesterday. Oh well, that looks a little bit not too bad. And that takes the totals from these quoted blocks over here. 2650, 120. It adds it over here. But now we need the fucking subtotals. And the grand total and probably tax, right? Well, how the fuck are we gonna get that? Well. I wanted to make sure that we keep all the calculations and everything inside of Python instead of trying to do arithmetic using Jinja. I would rather, as much as possible, use Jinja just to render the LaTeX rather than adding and multiplying values. So somehow maybe if we had yet another quote. Okay, we're adding some more here just to try something out. If we have quote 4, quote 4, whatever, can of beans, whatever. It's going to be expensive. Okay, and if we then had a quote over here, and then we had another one of these summaries, we need to be able to change these something like this. Proposal totals. So whatever. And this is going to be quote 3 and 4. That's going to be quote 1 and 2. But now how are we going to get the totals from this? This is a macro. It's not a filter or anything. Unless we create another object that takes quotes as parameters, which will then be able to display the totals, calculate the various taxes and everything. That might work. That might work. Anyway, let's see what this looks like so long. It's not failing, that's a good thing. It's now 3 pages, so let's see what that looks like. Okay. Nice. And wait a minute. So that combines quote 1 and 2 and quote 3 and 4. Okay. So what we need to do now is somehow combine that shit. And we probably somehow have to do that in here. We can maybe add another function to LaTeX. Or how they call it, a global, which can then take a list of quotations how do we use that? So, what happens if we had something here like a collection of quotes, quote collection, right? If we were to pass that into back into Python, damn, these are very questionable decisions. We can make that globals. What the fuck is this even going to be returning? This should be return quote filters. This is going to be quote globals. Just a bit of debugging information. Maybe this can be create quote collection. That might work. Quote collection. Okay. And if we then create an object or a class, it's called a quote collection. Right, we don't need quote data. What we do need is quotes. Oh shit, maybe instead of doing that we can just rename this to quotes. That's going to be a list of quotes, right? Now, what happens if we give them a name? It means we don't need to give them a name when we create the collection of them. Which we might actually have to add a name to the quote itself, because then the name on the quote itself can be pulled into the collection for when we're rendering it. That might work. Okay, so anyway, we can initialize the object with a list of quotes, which is going to be, oh shit, where'd my fucking bracket go? Quotes quote, and all we are probably going to do here is just fucking throw quotes into quotes, right? And this is if we, oh shit, why did I fucking, I don't know. This is just going to be returning the quotes, and then we have got total cost and total sell price. Okay, and what this is going to be, this is going to get the total for the quotes all added up. Well, that seemed slightly easier than I thought it would be, but now we need tax, right? Now we need tax. So let us just fix up these descriptions a bit. Okay. Let us throw a format document. So we got to create quote collection. So if we do something like this, then if we go set day one totals, day one, or whatever, quotes equals create quote collection, quote 2, and maybe we can go render collection in, and we can then just go day one quotes, right? Something like this. And we can probably copy that over here. It's going to be day 2 quotes, quotes 3 and quote 4. And we can go day 2 quotes, right? And render collection. And then in render collection, we probably need to add tax and shit over here as well, but we'll get to that. Unless we have tax per product, which might be a better idea actually. We'll have to add that now. Anyway, this is going to be quote collection. Right, we got our currency formatter that we default up here, which can be overridden depending what currency you want this to be displayed in. This is going to be quote collection dot quotes, and subtotal is going to be quote collection. Whoops. Collection of total sell price. Okay. Maybe that is going to work. Oh, nice. It rendered. Where is that fucking thing gone now? Well, we've got our quote totals. Subtotals now displaying. Nice, nice, nice. Now, grand total is going to be a slightly different thing because we need tax there somehow. Not quite sure how we're going to do that yet. We also need the name of the quote as well. So maybe what we can do is in our class for the quote name string we don't need a name because we're not always going to be displaying a collection of them. That's primarily for the collections, right? So maybe what we do instead. Oh shit, that's got fucking data there. Oh, that pulls in the YAML. Oh shit. Can't have that up there. That needs to be down here. So if name in self.quote data self.name is equal to self.quote data. Name. Maybe that's gonna work. Also, it's not gonna get set. Or we could just set it blank. Maybe optional name is better. And in this over here, we can actually do something else with this. It will have a get attribute, right? I think so. I think that would have a get. In which case we can just do this. Used in rendering quote connections. Okay. Let's just copy this over here. Shove it in there. And this is going to be optional. Document. Okay, so now if we go back here, and we go name, I know we don't have to add the quotes, but fuck it. Oops, that should be quote 2. That should be quote 3. That should be quote 4. Okay, now if we go to our macro for rendering, and we can now replace this over here, where it's quote.name. Obviously escape it. Is it going to blow up? Probably. Oh, nice. No explosion yet. Okay. Okay. Well, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. Okay. Now we need tax somehow. Somehow we need tax. But I think first I need to grab myself something more to drink. Let's just quickly check. How the fuck are we going to add tax to that? Let me just quickly check one of my other ones. We got a subtotal, we got tax, and we got the grand total at the end. Actually, there's not even a fucking grand total. How does this even look? Hang on. Let me just quickly open that PDF again. We don't even have a grand total. We just have a subtotal and then the taxes under it. I mean, I don't think we even need to put grand total there. We can just have a subtotal and then the taxes. And if there's no taxes, we can then just have the total. Jesus, I see on my current quotes that things are not formatted very nicely. This is actually a lot better how we have it here. We can then also see what would happen if we drew a line under here to make it look a little bit better. But we'll do that shortly. What we need to do is we need to add tax. That's what we need. We need to add tax. But first, let's just quickly remove the grand total from this. Let's just remove it here. Now the thing is, each item can have a different tax rate. Ha! That's what makes things even a little bit more complicated. I wonder. If we reduced the font size, we could probably fit tax in here, but that's not going to... If we had tax on the actual quote over here, we can then just add up all of the tax lines and display it as a tax total. I wonder. I wonder. I think I'm just going to quickly grab something more to drink and I'll be right back. Just give me a few moments, chat. Where's my be right back thing gone? Is it this one? Whoops, not that one. Is it this one? Nope. Ah, for fuck's sake. I think I need a darker screen here. Here we go. Okay. I will be right back. Just give me a few minutes. Okay. You just quickly figure out what happened to my browser window. Appears to have hung. Fucking Chromium. Just give me a second. We restore our music. Where the fuck was our music now? Give me a second.
Song about Apex?
Oops, that's the wrong fucking thing I opened. Happy music. There we go, that's a bit better. Oh shit, now I can see chat. Hi chat, you're back. Does encoding sometimes give you headaches? No, I don't think so. Climb to fail. Hey there mate, how's it going? Jay the developer. I don't have project information on a trigger at the moment. I should probably add that. That might be a great idea. Just give me a second to sort that out. Let me sort that out. Where the fuck do I add a trigger again? Just give me a moment. Got a small write-up of it. I will just add the link into custom commands, project, Python plus Jinja 2 plus LaTeX slash easy print document template system. Okay, that should now hopefully work. Sorted. I can't believe this is going to be the first thing I say in stream, but wouldn't it be better to have a fallback value for the get call just in case, or is a collection guaranteed to have a name? The name will turn out to be undefined, which will probably just print blank. Let's try that. Wait, where the fuck did we have the name? We didn't have the name in... Oh, we had the name over here. I'll just remove the name and quote 2 and check. Whoops, I should probably remove the grab and coffee from my screen. God damn it. There we go. Okay, so if we don't have a name, it's not going to throw an error. And we probably just need to reopen the PDF again.
Is the coffee
It's just going to
nice?
say none. Yeah. I suppose it's okay. It's more like tea though, but it's fine. So the templating system itself, at the end of the, well, when I integrate this into a web interface, the values that we are supplying over here will be passed in using a dictionary instead of YAML. In that case, we can then enforce the name being defined, but we don't need the name defined at the moment. It does not really make any difference. Right now, what we have is plain text files like this one over here that is in template toolkit that basically define in a slightly different way the parameters of the product that are being quoted on, and then pass it into a template toolkit. What the fuck do they call template macros? But anyway, so it defines a whole bunch of values, pass it into a macro, and then it outputs the LaTeX based on that. But there's a few issues with how that works. Compared to Jinja, everything is in a global scope. So if a template toolkit macro also defines a variable, it's defined pretty much everywhere. Hey there, robotic kid. Yeah. YAML formatting. I mean, it's the easiest thing that I found to be able to define things within a template tool. Within a Jinja 2 template. How are things going? They're going okay, I suppose. I would rather be doing what I'm supposed to be doing instead of doing this, but it is what it is, I guess. Okay, this is actually quite a mess at the moment, which we'll be sorting out. We have all of our other things in here as well, like set up the like setting up the document and everything, and pulling in branding, which is blank at the moment. I removed all the branding from the document, but we'll sort this out soon. Anyway, we were looking at adding tax to a quotation. Cool beans, mate. Drive safely. Okay, we were looking at adding text, right? So right now we're just going to get a none being displayed if you haven't defined a name for a quotation, because that's not required if you're only displaying this the specific block. So we're probably going to have to add tax over here somewhere, and then add it in here as a total of all the taxes added up. It's probably going to be the easiest way to do it. Now, theoretically, tax should apply per product. As some countries have got really fucked up sales tax, where you can have like a gazillion of them instead of just one that all add up to a specific amount, unless of course we make it per line. And then we can just have a sales tax total. I mean, I suppose it can be easily changed in future, right? Okay, so I guess we just add that to the item that is being quoted on. But now you need a sales tax name as well, right? wonder. I wonder what the easiest way to add that would be. What does a US quotation look like if there's multiple sales taxes involved? Where's our browser? Maybe we can find an example. Is there an image of something maybe? It's got a single tax rate and a single sales tax amount, but we might find something a bit more complicated than just that. Yeah, they just have sales tax there. 0%, but it includes the value. That's pretty fucking hilarious. Yeah, so they just have a single sales tax amount. Is there no other examples? Yeah. So there's a single percentage. I suppose we can do a single percentage. Not going to be too bad. So maybe we do that on the quote itself then. Probably a bit easier. You want complicated, look at Canadian tax. Some are provincial, federal, some use combined, harmonized tax. It's fun. Yeah, it's kind of what I'm thinking about now, because I think in US there's the maximum of 5. There's a maximum of 5 levels or so. That you can go into, but I don't know if we should add support for that. It'll probably be fine just adding a single amount per quotation. But then again, you also get some European countries where, depending on the product that you're selling, the tax rate is different as well. So you may have one product that's communications and one product that's food. And then each have got a different rate that's being applied to it. Hang on a second, why have we got vocals playing? We should have no vocals playing.
The newest Linux hardware support patches for the kernel revolve around I2C bus sharing support for newer SoCs, where the I2C bus is being shared by AMD's Platform Security Processor, PSP. This I2C controller is based on common design where IP, but new kernel code is being crafted for handling that bus sharing between the kernel and the PSP coprocessor.
Okay, Kendra, thank you for that. So maybe if it can't be per section, it has to actually be per quote. I suppose if you ever need to quote separate tax totals, how would we display it then if one had separate tax totals? What about having a tax rate column and then calculate the tax to display on the fly? That way you can handle multiple tax rates and just have a total at the end. You mean adding it in over here, for instance? After quantity. Tax. That's a good question. It's a very good question. I wonder. Yeah. We would then just decrease the size of the description field we have with that. Oh, well, that none over there is probably not good. We'll have to fix that and fix that as well. It's not too much of a problem to fix. We'd have to decrease the size of the font, I think. How long is my longest description thing? Oh fuck, it's pretty long. It'll probably still fit. Just checking what the longest product description line I have is. It's pretty long. That's okay. Okay, so if we did add it here, how would that work with very large values? Let's just try something. See how wide this can go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't know, maybe C, D, E, F, G, H, I, K, I. Let me just copy it. How's that gonna break shit? Probably pretty badly. The fuck? What? Where did I just change that? Quote 1. Oh, damn it. Now it's not even opening. Well, something has gone a bit fucked up. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's the weirdest thing. Three pages written, but we don't have our changes here. That is very strange. Hang on, there should be two items in quote section 1. There's one item in quote section 1. What the fuck? Is the rendered latex? It's not even there. Am I going crazy or something? You know why? I had items twice. Welcome to YAML, right? Welcome to YAML. Now if we reopen that PDF file, well, lovely stuff. It's a pretty big number. Maybe we need something slightly more realistic. See how bad this is going to look. I don't know why my PDF isn't refreshing anymore. I think we can add it there. So we are just, okay, I'm just thinking about the legislation now in terms of displaying a tax total. Generally has to display what percentage it's at. I mean, how small can we make the text? This is currently set to large. If we set this to normal size, it probably would, but that will be now one more column that, unless, oh, as you say, maybe tax rate in the column total on the right hand side without a total for the line. Without a total for the line, so just tax rate. Total on the right hand side, and then total tax at the end. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I'm with you. Okay. Unit quantity. Tax rate. Can we even call this subtotal? Call that total. So tax rate would then be over here. And then we can make these configurable as well. This will be subtotal. Oops. This one over here. total tax. Or just tax. We can make these configurable, so we don't have to worry too much. Just fucking add tax at the end of that. Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 columns. 2, 3, 4, 5 columns. This one is then going to move 5, 5, 5, 5, span 3, span 3, span 3, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. Okay. Okay, so then what we would need is a tax rate. Right, which would be optional. So we can just shove it over here. Okay, the quantity. Okay, and then we would have probably total tax would why is it got cost? It's multiplies it by the markup multiplier, so we'll probably have total Do you know how to template in IEEE format? What do you mean? IEEE format, you're referring to the representation of floats or what? Template, sell price. Maybe we need to change the word sell price to price. This is a bit confusing. Probably should be unit price instead. And this is going to be total price. And we can then probably have total tax, which would be total price multiplied by tax multiplier. Total tax calculated from total price multiplied by tax multiplier. And tax multiplier easy enough. Item tax multiplier solve dot tax rate 1 plus solve dot it's not going to be 1 plus, is it? It's just going to be solve dot tax rate divided by 100, but this can be none. Turning just 0. Oh, yeah, multiplier of 0 would give us 0 as a tax rate then, or as the total tax. No, we're calculating the tax value for the line item, not the line item plus the value at the moment, because we need to display the tax separately. So what we're going to have is all the items listed as they're here, with a tax rate in between, and then the sales tax underneath, and then the total underneath that. So this price over here can then change to EXCL tax, or yeah, excluding tax. We can see how it looks. Oh, you're actually, yes, the value multiplied by the where was that now? It would be 0. Unless we just call this tax instead. So hang on. Let's make this slightly more descriptive. Let's just call this tax. Total price multiplied by that, and total tax would be the total price plus the a second item total tax total including tax, which will be total price plus after tax, right? So we got the tax amount, which if the tax multiplier is 0 would be 0, and then the total tax, which would be the total price plus after tax, which would be the total price if the tax is calculated at 0%. Probably move this up a little bit. Yeah, I think that should be a plus and not a multiplication. You've got a very good point there. We don't want to pay too much tax, right? That would be terrible. Why do clients always at this time of the year decide to do everything? It's crazy. Let me just quickly delete some of my mail here before my inbox goes crazy. Just give me a second. I just need to quickly answer an email here. It's from a bank. They're after something to fix a problem that they have. Just give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second. Okay, where were we? Close all these goddamn screens. Okay, because they leave everything till the end of the... Yeah, they do. It's absolutely crazy. Okay. A total price, total tax. That's the total with the tax. And then we got tax. Is this the tax amount? Okay. So if we go back to our template, and we got total tax, that is probably going to be tax rate. And that we should actually have here as well. Tax rate, yep. And that probably needs to be formatted not as a currency. Let's just copy this for now. And that is probably going to be... Is that going to be 0 if... Probably just F, right? sure. We'll see now. And we probably need a % sign. Maybe that's going to work, maybe not. And format text rate. Things are going to explode now. Undefined format. Wait a minute. Really do not like that 0. Let's just see if 1F works. Also, we just remove it. Wait a minute. My text rate, what the fuck? What? Strict undefined. Oh, it's an undefined value. That's why it's not working. Text rate should probably default to 0. Actually, no, it needs to default to none. The column needs to be excluded if there's no text rates. Hang on a second. This here does need to be format currency, but this one over here needs to be format text rate. Unsupported format string passed to strict undefined dot format. It's definitely this value, right? Nope, it's not that value. Where the fuck is this coming from? Line 6. It's a format currency that's coming. It's mighty weird. Right. Fair enough. Oh, you know something? I think it's that block that's causing us the problem. Or not. What the fuck is undefined? Okay. let us comment this out. Oh, for fuck's sake. It's fucking... Total sell price, unit price. Let's try something else here. It's not the tax rate, that's the problem then. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. If one multiplies a value by none, you get none back, right? None of these are being multiplied by none. Oh, you know something? I think it's because I renamed the fucking attribute. That would definitely cause that problem. Total price. Unit price, total price, total price. Perfect. But now the sections need to change as well. We've got total cost. Oh, total price I did change. Nice. Total cost, total price. Perfect. Well, I still got the same error. Still on line 6. Where's it? You see line 87. Oh, it's coming from here now. Oh, we're getting one step closer each time. Line 92. Let's figure the last one. Nice. Okay, extra tab alignment. That's not too bad. This means that we need another column here. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That needs to be 5. Tab has been changed to cursor return. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5. It's possibly because that it's got new lines everywhere. No, it shouldn't. It should just draw some extra lines. Anti format, line 39, okay. So this over here has got a none type now, which I think is okay, because we're going to have if item.text right. I think we can go if defined, right? We just go to bank. That might fix that. Defined is undefined. Fuck. What the fuck is the Jinja 2? Built-in for defined. If variable is defined, okay. Fair enough. If variable is defined. If the text rate is defined. Line 40. Wait a minute. Maybe that should be is not none. That might be a better idea. How the fuck do you see if something is not none? Because if it is 0, we have to display it, but if it's none, we shouldn't be displaying it. I thought the find would do that. Is there maybe something to do with none here? Turns true if the variable is none, so we just go none value. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so if it is none, does none have to have a fucking brackets? What the fuck? Hang on, but text rate can't be none, right? It can. Yes, it can be none. That can most definitely be none, and it is none. But why isn't our is none testing? Oh, you know something? I'm a fucking idiot. It should be if tax rate is I'm not none. Here we go. Okay, I'm just going blind. Where the fuck was that PDF? Okay. PDF. Oh, you didn't get written out because we have another error. Extra alignment tab. Oh. Oh, let's see what the latex looks like. There's probably something fucked up going on here. Where is the... One, two, three. Ah, you know why? Fuck. That should be centered. Okay. That's probably what the problem was. We forgot to add a column. Yeah, there we go. Okay. There we go. Tax rate. And we got no tax rates. Great. Okay. So now if we were to just leave out that text, would that column reduce itself to 0 width? No. There's still a fucking column there. So we literally have to change the width if there's no tax rate over here. I guess we can do that, but not right now. Okay, so we're gonna have tax rate. Okay. And then over here, tax total. And which variable or which attribute was that? It was just plain tax. This is the total price times tax multiplier. So for the section we need the total tax. And we need a tax. It's going to be total price including tax. It's going to be total tax. And the same down there. Added everywhere else but one tiny place includes its mind. Yeah, that would be LaTeX for you. It's always completely losing its mind. Fucking crazy shit, man. quotations, and then this one over here will be quotes. Connection total price including tax. Connection total tax. So we quote total price including tax. Quote total tax. Okay. Not broken anything. Okay, we should now have a tax amount, maybe? That doesn't look quite right. That should just be the tax amount, not the total. Let's just fucking tax it like that. And then this one over here would be this one would be collection tax, and we'll have another one. Total including tax. Okay. And then this one over here. We need another one. Total including tax. We'll see how that looks. Well, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. Has some room for improvement. Okay, what we now need to do, yeah, that's a good idea. Let's do that first. Let's add some crazy tax here. Let's go with 10%. 20%. And 90%. Let's see what that looks like. Well, unsupported operand types, exclamation mark for decimal and float. Well, that's not good. Where was that now? Line 65. Line 65. 65. Which one of you fucks are returning a float? That's probably not good. We don't like floats. We use decimals everywhere, man. Hang on a second. Are these gonna yeah, kind of prefer to use the decimals everywhere instead. Price shouldn't be a float. Price should be a... Where the fuck is price gone? Price unit cost multiplied by markup should be a decimal. Where the fuck? Python float mouse price is a float, isn't it? I'm not sure. What would the result of this be? If we've got a decimal being multiplied by an integer. I think this needs some testing. Well, that's interesting. Hey, Chungier123, why do you type in Python? Well, generally it's easier to see if you're doing something wrong. What does multiply return? As soon as you divide, Python turns it into... Yeah, everything is turned into fucking floats, it seems. So if we go test3 equals test1 times test2, it's not going to work, right? Because that's multiplied by a float. So then does everything have to be a decimal then? Yeah. So everything has to be a decimal to return a decimal. Lovely. Absolutely lovely, isn't it?
For those making use of the GNOME desktop and running a laptop with dual GPU hybrid graphics, Mutter has landed some fixes that may help if you have been experiencing crashes.
Thank you, Kendra, that's great. So how the fuck do you then do arithmetic or so using a decimal and only returning a decimal? Yeah, it's perfectly clear it is a float, but I would like it to be a decimal instead. Yeah, I was hoping I didn't have to do that. You have to fucking cast everything. No man, it has to be easier than that. Tell me it's easier. Life can't be this difficult. Fuck, it is, isn't it? Wait a minute. Overwrite the plus, minus, star, and / operators. Well. Yeah. Okay. So we've only got one option then. To cast everything. Okay. As you said, it's only a few places. So we are casting when we pull the data in. So anywhere where we have a number. One plus a decimal equal a decimal or not? So pluses are decimals unless it depends what side it is. No, okay. So plus is a decimal, so we don't have to have a decimal on that one, but we do have to have a decimal here. That's probably what the problem is. Casting is debug hell, yeah, for sure. So our markup is going to be a decimal. It's just the divides and the multiplies. Everything else is a decimal already. Well, that's good to know. Okay, this should hopefully now work. Yeah, okay, great stuff. Thanks, guys. Okay, well, we have our tax rates now are very long descriptions as well. Okay. Still, the total looks a bit confusing here when we just have a rate. This probably has to then change to total EXCL. That would make slightly more sense. Okay. And we can then also change our tax rate over here. I think we can include a percent. Is the formatting going to enjoy that? This is a document templating engine. I'm converting a Perl template toolkit based system into Python and Jinja too. I refuse to add any more functionality to the Perl one, so just rewriting it into Python instead. Why do we not have a percent sign? Oh, we do. Okay, great. So we have a percent sign now. Now we need to remove the dots. You can go dot 0, right? 0f, and we don't need the comma, right? Is that even gonna work? No. Is that not gonna make the full stop now 1000 separator? Hopefully not. Oh, okay, perfect. That'll have to do. But now, if we don't have a tax rate for an item, we need to remove that column entirely. So you decide if there's any sections that has a tax rate column. How would we decide upon that? I think pretty easily. What we can do is we could probably just do something like this. As tax rate. As tax rates. Could save some space by shrinking the subtotal text a bit. That is a good idea. We can actually shrink all of them. I don't think we have large anywhere else. Just at the end. Okay, that would actually look a lot better. Thanks a lot there, man. What we could even do is we could combine these two columns, the quantity and the tax rate, to be one column, and then it won't take its width from the subtotal. That will also work, but for that we need to calculate how many columns we have. That would depend if it's including or excluding the tax rate column. Because we so some organizations do not permit one to add tax onto the quotations you send them. It has to be tax free. If you add it on, they'll reject it. Some organizations are odd like that, which means that if there is no tax rate added onto a line, we need to remove the tax rate column and probably the subtotal and the tax total, and just display the total instead. Some also prefer only the totals at the end to include the tax amounts, in which case we just then need a
Taxes.
flag to
Am I
say
right?
taxes, am I right? Yeah, taxes complicate everything. I completely agree there. We just need to be slightly flexible. So if we don't have taxes in a quotation in this block, we remove the column, we remove the subtotal, and we remove the tax. We just display the total. And we'll see how that goes. Yeah. Taxes are inconvenient. I'm pretty sure everyone can agree with that. So actually I think no matter what, we can combine the last two columns for, or the second last and third last columns for the subtotal and the totals, and then we won't have our width being changed for the tax. Then let me just see what this does. This should fix that. Well, VS Code and PDFs. There we go, that's a bit better. That's now exceeding the width of the tax rate, and the tax rate has shrunk a little bit. Okay, so first thing, we're going to exclude the tax rate column if there's no tax rates added to anything in the quotation. So, has tax rates is probably going to be this tax. We need to actually return tax rate. Okay, so tax rate is optional. What would happen if we had something like this? I think we can do something like this. None 10, 5, 7, none. I'll show you what my idea here is. We can do something like test 1 if x is not none. Right. Okay, and test 2. Perfect. That might work. So we don't have a decimal, but what we have return true if x and self dot items x for x and self dot items if x dot tax rate is not none. Right. The if expression can be replaced with boolean test. Okay. I mean, can you just do that then? Can you just fucking cast a list to bool? I suppose you can. X for x and self-dot items if x the text rate is not null. Okay, well, that would return true if there's any section that has a tax rate in it. Or if there's any item within the section that has a tax rate in it. And then we can just copy that then to the quote. Same thing. If the quote has tax rates, then we go through the sections, and if it has tax rates, it doesn't, I mean, we can just even add a 1 here. It doesn't really make a difference. 1 for x. Yeah, if it's empty list will be false. But we don't even need, we just need anything in the list, right? Even if it's just a true. True might be a better idea than just a 1, right? Okay, so that would then mean that if there is a tax rate in the quotation, there's a section with a tax rate, the section would have a item with a tax rate. And we can probably do the same in the collection as well, which takes quotations instead. So now you can see if anything under it has got a tax rate. Okay. Okay, and this over here. Be quote as tax rates. Okay, so now we can pretty much determine if we got tax rates in it, and that's going to make this a little bit more complicated. Means we need to adjust values now depending on the width of the table. Or how many columns we have. Well, that's gonna suck. I suppose the first thing we can do. Fuck. Okay. What we can do is this. That has tax rates. Oops. Set columns equals 5. Else columns equals 4. Width minus width. Yeah, that's sort of what I'm thinking at the moment. Not the most elegant solution, but we can always change it. So this over here would then be if quote.has tax rates else end if. Oh shit, but then this over here needs to change as well. Set okay. Okay. And this, as you said, would be columns. Yo. Now, how would we do this one then? This needs 2 if statements. Okay, and this over here. Would replace this. Replace this. Replace this. And that would be how many they span. Damn. Okay. Calculate table columns. Count based on if we have tax rates or not. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of replacements going on in there. It fucking created the PDF. Where's our PDF gone? I think that's the one we had. Well, we don't have a tax rate over here. It just means we need to then remove the subtotal and tax from it as well. Yeah. Subtotal and tax. Copy this. And shove it in here. And that might work. Yeah, there we go. Totally excluding total. You know, we could actually replace rate with a percent sign. Reduce it slightly more. I think we need a backslash on a percent sign. That's good to know, Podikid. Why were you drinking so much though? Is it your end of year or something? Okay. Ah, thought so. Okay. So now we need to act. Oh my fuck. We actually have to do the same with the unit and the quantity. This is gonna suck. Unit and quantity. Huh. Unit and quantity. Hang on, units and quantity would be the same thing. They would both be added. I wonder. If quantity is specified, we need the quantity and the unit column. I'm not necessarily needing both always. I've got examples of products that don't have a unit or a quantity. Like for instance, the setup fee. So if there's a setup of something, it's just a description. But if quantity is there, you would generally then have your unit as well. But if there's no quantity, you don't need the unit. Right? Well, okay, so I have a quote that I can't really show you at the moment. The reason why the quantity in the unit is excluded is to increase the size of the description field. So if there is a product being described, I'm pretty much like in a block where it's got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines of a description, and the second, third, fourth and fifth lines have also got a possible price on them, with the total being displayed on the right hand side. So it would be like a breakdown of a single item over here with a total on the side, but then broken down into components underneath it. So there's no unit, there's no quantity, there's just a price on the right. So if we were to change this quote block here, we could just remove the unit and the quantity, and we'd have more place over here to write stuff in. I mean, I suppose it can be changed. Yeah, small space saving. And it does look a little bit odd if you sell something that does not really have a quantity, but you provide a quantity on the quotation itself. So I'm just quickly deleting mail as usual. Okay. So we then need to make table width more dynamic. So maybe what we can do, we have a minimum of 2 columns, right? And a minimum of 1. Oh shit, columns, can't spell columns, right? And span is a minimum of 1. So we can remove this. And span and columns. This is if it has tax rates, so columns would be columns plus 1. If it doesn't have tax rates, you can probably just delete this then. Then the text column will just be blank. So now we can do a similar thing and do it for quantity. If it has a quantity, then we need 2 more columns, and we need 1 more span. I suppose that'll be okay. And quantity column is right aligned, and we need a unit column right aligned, and if we don't have a quantity, unit column is blank, quantity column is blank, right? Okay, let's see how this is going to work. Unit column, quantity column, this is just going to be if has quantity. Okay. That plus is 2, that plus is 1. I think this is going to be okay. And then this one over here, typo in unit column begin. Ah, thanks man. We nearly had a disaster. What would I do without chat, man? Okay, this over here is going to be end if. So if there is a quantity, it has a unit, it has a quantity, it includes the price. Okay, I think that that's pretty much all that we need there. let us quickly adjust our quantity is also optional, so we can just copy the other optional things we had. So tax rates is just going to be copied to has quantity. Section has quantities x.qty. And wait a minute. Yeah. And we can copy this one. As quantity quote has quantities as qty, and we don't need that for the collection.
Yo, time for our sponsorship message. Diablo but for mobile, it is everything you remember about Diablo but totally hollowed out.
Coming in 2025, right? Or 2035 is more like it. Okay, extra alignment column, we have a problem here. That's too...
Totally available in Australia, because Australia is the testing state.
We need... we can do the same as what we did over here, actually. Just add a fucking blank thing. Just add blanks. If we don't have anything to put there. That might have been what the problem was. Or not. Okay, we've got a problem here. Let us scroll up and see what's gone wrong. Okay, for something that doesn't have quantities, we've got two columns, two columns, two columns, two columns. 2 to 2 is the second column, 1 column, 2 columns, 2 to 2, 1 column, 2 columns, 2 to 2, 1 column, 2 columns. Okay, so that's fine. That's not got quantities. This has not got quantities, but it's got extra columns. Now that's weird. That is very weird. What does that section have? It just has a unit price, no tax, nothing, just a unit price, but it's got the extra 2 columns added. And it's a quote on its own. Okay, I've done something wrong somewhere. Holy shit, man. That needs to come out of here. this needs to change to another if needs to be if the quote has quantities, we have to display something. If the item has quantities, we have to display the item's quantity. Are we gonna need to have fucking two else's here? I'm wondering if this approach is going to be the best approach for us to do. We could split this off into a macro. It just outputs a single line. Instead of having all these fucking ifs everywhere. Well, we would still have to have all the ifs everywhere, but it would be separate to this block. Okay. Okay. That might work. Has no attribute. Oh shit, it would be because we are testing the item itself. Where do we have that is none thing here? Can we not change this to how the other things are, has text rate? Okay, well, we got has text right here then. It's gonna be a bool. It's gonna be soft dot text. Right. Is not none. And gonna say has quantity, and this is going to be QTY as well. Item. Oh shit. Has a text rate. Item. Has a quantity. Fucking shit, man. Why do I type in hacks instead of has? Okay, and then our things over here, we can go exit has QTY, has tax rate. You know something, we could even make that slightly better, because if you've got a true and a false and a true, and if you display min test 2 max test 2 false because it has a false in it, and true because it has a true in it. Or you could go if true in, but that's probably even longer than what we have here. Is one false, min would be false. Is one false, min would be false. Is one true on max. So what we could do, I think we can do this. Slightly shorter. Slightly shorter. Any and all. Oh, it's probably even better. Oh. That is actually a very clever idea. So this should then just be any. Which should be if any one of them is true, right? Nice. Nice. Okay, so we can do the same here. Right. And if any is true, you should build the list anyway. Yeah, we are, with the result of the attribute, or with the attribute's value. Right? So then this would also be any. Quotes. Well, something's going to explode, isn't it? Yep. Alignment is boggered. It's boggered. What am I missing here? So if the quote has quantity, we output quantities, has tax rate, output tax rate.
Are you currently drunk? Why not order a kebab off Kebab R Us? A simple kebab shop that delivers kebabs to you directly so you don't need to go anywhere. Kebab R Us.
Oh my. Okay, this one here has got 2. That's got 2 as well. This one's not got shit. Where? Oh, this one's got quantities here. Hey there, Mr. Extremely. No. I have to unfortunately finish document templating before I can do that again. I do have even more hardware arriving soon though. We're building up a very large quantity of hardware in the other room there. I've got like 10 to 20 different types of network interfaces. We've got like 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different types of hardware platforms as well. So when we do that, what we'll be doing is performance testing them before we add RPKI to it. So I was busy with a WebSocket based command and control software thing which communicates to the systems that are used to send the tests and then collects the results from them and the system that is under test as well. I thought WebSockets would be a great thing to use there because then you can just throw them onto the LAN, point them at a server and throw the test to them over the WebSocket or so, and then grab the results. So I need to have some pretty graphs because we need to achieve at least 10G at 64 byte packet sizes, which I'm pretty sure we'll be able to do, but we need to performance test each of the configuration options to find out what the best would be. Yeah, WebSockets need more kebabs.
WebSockets need more kebabs.
Yes, Kendra, it needs more kebabs, as you say. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got 5 columns. That's 5. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. Why is this thing then throwing a fucking error? We're not quite even sure what line that's going to be on. Extra alignment tab. And obviously LaTeX isn't very, how should we put it, useful in its error explanations at all. Not useful one bit. She still does. I've just reduced the frequency of it slightly. Why would we have
is
extra?
easily one of the best digital painting, 2D animation, raster graphics programs out there for being open source, free software, and today is now even better with the Krita 5.0 release.
What? Well, she found out about Krita. So where is quote 1? It's this one over here, right? Quote section 1. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 columns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 columns. We're spanning 5. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 columns.
Terminator
1,
2,
2, 3,
Judgment
4,
Day,
5.
also promoted as T2, is a 1991 American science fiction action film produced and directed by James Cameron, who co-wrote the script with William Wisher. It stars Arnold Schwarzenegger, Linda Hamilton, Robert Patrick, Edward Furlong, and Joe Morton. It is the sequel to the 1984 film The Terminator, and the second installment in the Terminator franchise. In its plot, the malevolent artificial intelligence Skynet sends a Terminator, a highly advanced killing machine, back. I want to become Terminator 2.
Okay. Sounds like fun, Kendra. Why is this one... How many columns would we would have? 2 normally, right? Which means this needs to start off at span of 0.
Hasta la vista, baby. Hasta la Windows Vista.
Yep. Let's see what this looks like. Definitely something wrong with our span calculation here. It's multi-column, 1 multi-column, 1 multi-column, 1 multi-column, 1. Those are fine. Multi-column 1. This is multi-column 0. Okay, so it can't be 0. It has to at least be 1. But then we only probably need to increase it if one of these have been increased. Okay, so we need another fucking if statement here. If quotes quote.has qty or quote.has tax rates. And if, and we're just gonna bump it by 1 over there then, to make sure we don't reduce the column width. Okay, that might work. Or fucking not, as usual. I must have forgotten something else. Let's see what that latex looks like. Okay, 2 columns. Wait a minute. We need to go up a bit. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 columns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the first block. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the item line. 2, 3, 4, 5. That spans 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5. And this one over here is 2, 4, 5. That's perfect. And it's on the last one, which is 505. So that looks fine. Then we've got 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2. Oh, this is not right. That's not right. The number of columns we have, we're automatically reducing and adding the unit quantity and the tax percentage over here. So this one over here is spanning 2 at the moment. We can probably actually just span the whole fucking line. We don't have to span just a single one to the left. I think that's what the problem is. It is if there's only the description and excluding, then this one over here should be spanning 1, but I think we are spanning 2 somewhere. If we check out over here, there's a 1, a 2, and a 1. So we should just remove this over here then and increase this one by, or reduce this one by 1. So we can remove the span on the left hand side or something. I don't think there's a problem with this spanning the whole width. Not sure. It'll have to. We can't add that in because then there's 3. There's 1 column, 1 column, 1 column. So the minimum would be 3, but the minimum that we have is 2. If that makes any sense, it probably doesn't. My mind is like a fork with spaghetti, you know? Just give me 1 second, just have a bank that's asking for something. Or something they have that's down at the moment. Some guy is sending. Just give me 1 second, I just need to read what this is about. What? They say they attach something, but they haven't attached shit. What? All the contact details. Yeah, I don't have any contact details. The blank attachment. What? Just give me a second, I'm just going to reply that they didn't attach anything. Yes, give me a second. Okay. Probably needs more coffee in there. What are we even going to do? The ones for total and subtotal are still hard coded, so at least they're easy to adjust. Yeah, we can probably fix that now. It's hard. Oh, you're right, hey? They are hard coded. Well, that would definitely explain it. Okay, so what we need to do is probably increase that by 1. Okay, so this needs to then move back into here, I guess, and into here. That needs to become 2 again. But that always fuck, that needs to definitely be 1. That plus is 2, that means it's 3. And this one here would add another column, so that would span 1 column. Okay, so if it spans 1 column, it means we can then just move the span over here into here. Delete that one. Do the same over here. Remove the span. Shove in there, delete that. And the same with this one. Delete that. Okay, so that would be how wide the table is -1. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, which is correct. Okay, cool. That should hopefully work now. So now we're just expanding the left-hand side of the subtotal text and total to being the full width instead of just 2, because it can't be just 2 if there's only the description there. Okay. This better fucking work now. Yes, amazing. So now let's check what that looks like. Oh, well, that's a little bit better. However, so you got one with the unit quantity tax. We'll figure out what to do about the blank there at some stage. We got one with no unit quantity or tax, which will be this one over here. It just gives a total. We can probably I wonder if we should change this to price excluding. Hey there, I'm no oh, CryoGI first, hang on. Hey CryoGI, how's it going, mate? My mind is like me, hun. The fuck does that mean? Hey there, no fell Viper, no full Viper. How's it going, mate? Okay. Yeah, it will move around. Although it's unlikely you would ever combine two things like this on the same page. It'll either be you using these ones where there is a product that has quantity and units, or it will not have quantity and units and just a tax or so with the totals, or it'll be a product where you do not have the tax being displayed, depending if that's what the instruction is to do. But then we also need the option of displaying it now on the last section. So there might be tax that is actually included here or something. We'll have to see how we're going to sort that out, because so there's some organizations that as well, while tax is applicable, it's only added on the totals at the end, and that's where it would be summarized like this over here. So they generally, if proposals are sent in, they would take the totals that are on the last page with the values and everything, and then they would use these other values over here to basically compare between the people that are sending proposals in, excluding the tax rates. So they would have a page that you would fill out with the breakdown of all the products and services which are excluding tax, and then a breakdown at the end which is including the tax rates. Some organizations are really fucked up in how they do things. Like you would have two that are in the same sort of horizontal in government or so, where the one requires the tax to be displayed everywhere and the other requires the tax to only be on the last page. Now, how I do that at the moment is I just have a inside of inside the template toolkit, the tax itself isn't added per line, it's added at the end of the block, right over here. And if you don't specify a tax value when you display the block, there's no tax that will be added. Now on every single proposal that is sent out, it is either the one way or the other way. So what I did is on the summary that you add at the end, you can call the macro with a tax rate as well. If you call the macro at the end with a tax rate, it takes the value from whatever block one has that was received last, unless of course you save the values after the macro runs, which is what I do on quite a few quotes, to be able to create like different options and then display them as they're being displayed over here. So what basically happens is the macros called, the values of the totals are being saved in a sort of dictionary. That dictionary is then being for looped at the end, and either the tax values are being added or just the totals are being displayed. It's pretty hacky. So we might have to do something sort of similar here, where we can override the value of tax being displayed or not. So we can have like tax summary, and if we don't have tax summary or tax including excluding, where if it is excluding, we just display everything excluding the tax column. If it's including, we display it how it is now, and then depending on the summary we display, we can have including or excluding here as well. But the advantage of that is we don't have to specify the tax rate in this block. It's already specified per item, if I'm making any sort of sense. I'm probably not. But it is going to work, put it that way. So how it is now, it's not too bad. We've got a tax rate there of 10%. We'll just figure out how we're going to handle the blank, or just keep it as blank. I don't think that really matters. I don't think you would ever have a blank tax rate anyway. It'll always be 0 there. And on the back end side that we have, that's just a none value that has got no tax that's being added. So if we have a tax rate, it's being added as a total line item thingy over here. I just don't quite enjoy there being a thing called total here. I don't know if that can be changed to price excluding. And then we have subtotal, tax, and total. Let me just see if we've got a minus between the sub and total on my other quotes I have at the moment. I'm just going to have to find one. No, subtotal I have is one word. Is subtotal 1 or 2 words? That's another question. Where is my Firefox disappeared to? Subtotal, where's our dictionary? So even if I spell dictionary correct, subtotal is one word. Okay, we can cut one more character off of that. Okay. We can see how we can clean this up when we're done. I mean, we can even, as I say, create a macro that does like the product line. That's this line over here. Although I'm not quite sure what the benefit of that would be. It'll just be exactly the same as what we have, just in another block instead. Just give me 1 second. This bank is being a bit of a... Details would be below. What details? I don't see any details, man. Give me 1 second. What on earth is this? I'm probably just going blind. I don't see any details. I just see emails that was exchanged. Be below. What on earth? I'll reply some other time. That is not clear. I don't know what the hell they're doing. They're not being very clear, man. Okay. Where about are we now? So we've got the values being displayed. What's the time? Just give me a second. 12:37. Yeah, I think I need to quickly grab something more to drink. And then we will see. This is probably going to change that now to subtotal one word. Be nice if this thing did an auto refresh as it did yesterday. It's not doing it anymore. Anyway, so we will see how we can exclude VS Code. And subtotal is one word. We will see how we can exclude the text columns and shit from displaying. Shouldn't be too hard to do that. And then we'll see if we can add we have text. If we can exclude the text in being displayed on the last thing, if we needed to do that. I don't even think we need to do that. We can see what we can do there. I will be right back. Just gonna grab something to drink. Give me just a minute or three.
My name is Kendra. I'll sing the song of our people now whilst Nigel is not around. LALALALA me LA me NordVPN LA me Raid Shadow Legends me LA me.
Okay. So, what if we don't want text to be displayed?
My food is on the way. Kebab kebab kebab.
Yes. Kebabs, man. Yeah, I know.
Also, text-to-speech totally worked when you were away. Mwahahaha.
She is slightly misbehaving. You know, it happens sometimes. The thing is, if we're not displaying text and we have text, we need to change the price. Now I'm thinking. Now I'm thinking, is there not...
This is kebab case.
Yeah. I wonder. Okay, first thing we need to be able to do is configure what that text displays there. But hang on a second, we now have one more problem where in some regions there is a legislation that the tax total line over here has to include the rate, but the rate is not going to be the same unless what we do is we just move the tax to the quote itself. If you need a quote on different tax rates, it would have to be in two different blocks. But then how would you do a total at the end if it includes two blocks? You have a tax rate over here. Give me a second, I actually have a document on that somewhere. Just give me a moment. Give me a second. When does that rate change? Where's my document? Okay. Okay. 0 standard and reduced rates. What the fuck do those even mean? So that is between goods and services. The fuck was that? Foodstuffs, bottled water, newspapers, magazines, advertising content, tickets, accommodation, agricultural inputs, electricity, waste collection, more foodstuffs, books, cinema, and transportation. You know,
Beep boop, you can't blame that noise on me.
I wonder if we should just make it per quote. always add 2 of these blocks if you're wanting to quote on items that got variable rates. I mean, the category of them is completely different. So, I mean, why would someone be quoting something like food and accommodation on the same? I suppose you could actually quote food and accommodation on the same thing, right? Like a fucking hotel. But I suppose a hotel's not going to be using the software anyway. So
what are we doing today? Maybe you can tell us what you are working on now.
Rule P, it is a document templating system, and this is basically a quotations add-on to that. Which does like quote blocks and summaries at the end, used for creating proposals and shit. And then once we've gotten the quote section sorted out, there's going to be plugins to add, or an add-on to add services that have got very complex calculations to generate the price of a service.
My food has been on the way for well over 15 minutes now. When is my food here? I am hungry. Kebab in my belly now.
Yeah, robotic kid. Kebab in my belly now, man. Okay, so I think to make things a little bit easier, we can move the tax to the quote itself. That would easily allow us to exclude it. We don't have to have the column then that's got excluding or including. And then if we don't want text to be added to a small section like this, we can then just add it to the summary at the end. And then we can customize how this is displayed to display the percentage on this line. I don't think I've ever encountered where we would need 2 tax rates on the same thing before. It would always be a combined one, and probably at the end, as it is here. I think we can try that. I mean, we can always customize these depending the area. Thanks a lot for the follow, mate. It's greatly appreciated. Thanks, man. I think we moved this. What Kendra was actually supposed to say thank you as well. Maybe she crashed or something. Where is she? Kendra? Hello? You're supposed to say something when someone follows, man. Oh, that's weird. She is supposed to say something. Ah, this is Kendra version 2, so something might have gone horribly wrong somewhere. I'll have to investigate what's up with her. They changed the API on how you fucking use the Python library that I'm using. Just weird. She should have said something there. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Anyway. Have to run at 6 AM here and I haven't been to bed yet. Oh no, man. That's hectic. Been throwing the follow and we'll stay and cloak for the view. Great stuff, man. Thanks a lot, mate. Much appreciated. Okay, so the quote itself. Then let's throw the tax in there instead. Probably move that as well. Down here. And this is again going to change to self.quote data. Get tax rate. Okay. Which plugin are you using for VS Code? Give me a second, I'll paste you all the plugins I have. Just give me a moment. There we go. Tax rate. No problem, man. I only enabled the ones that I need, but that is pretty much all of them. We can remove the tax out of here. Can grab all the tax block themages. Let's do this. Let's copy that. And let's grab this. And let's take that out. We don't need that anymore. Okay. And we can move all of that. We can remove this from sections. We don't have tax in sections anymore. Can remove this from sections. Can remove this from sections. And we can dump all of that shit over here. Okay. And then the tax can be calculated on total. So we don't need total tax and tax anymore because that's now calculated. as tax rate can just return self dot tax rate is not none. Just gonna be change to quote. Okay, that should work. I think I've added something now. Estimation mark project. There we go. That should help. The tax rate, tax multiplier, tax is a total price times tax multiplier, and total tax is total price plus after tax. Okay, that should be good. Now we just have to adjust this slightly back. Fuck me. So we don't need has tax rates anymore. We don't have a tax column now, so we can just remove the tax rates. We can remove the tax column. We can remove the tax column over here. We can change this to hey there, J-Crux, how's it going, man? Thanks a lot for the follow, mate. It's greatly appreciated. Thanks, man. Sadly, Kendra is supposed to be saying something as well, but she appears to be misbehaving again. The funny thing is, yeah, I don't see her picking up the follow, which is pretty weird. I'll have to investigate that and see what is up with her. I think I found it. She's got an exception. Oh no, that's for something else. Yeah, I don't know why she isn't saying anything. She should be. I have to figure out why that is. Whoops. But yeah, she's been misbehaving a bit. Okay, so we can remove the tax rate then as well from here.
I was
Who
sleeping.
needs tax?
Can't I sleep? Robots need their beauty sleep too.
Ah. Okay. That sort of makes sense. Okay, here is where the tax rate would then come in. And is this has tax rate or has tax rates? This is now tax rate, has tax rate. It's without the S. So it'll be has tax rate, and then we've pretty much got the same shit over there. Okay, if we run this now, something's going to go terribly wrong. It's not going to be that easy. There is no way. What? Well, I guess it is that easy. Let's see what it looks like now. Well, problem is we don't have tax being displayed, which it should be. So I guess quote that has tax. Oh, you know why it's not being displayed? It's easy. It's because we didn't add tax to the fucking quote. We remove tax over here now. We remove tax over here. We remove tax over here. And we add tax over here. Let's go 10%, why not? And over here, let's go tax 30%, why not? And let's see if that changes anything. Kendra's getting old. Well, I would rather say she's becoming a bit lazy. We'll have to fix that, right? We will have to fix that. Why the fuck are we not getting tax here? Who needs tax? After tax rate is not none. Tax rate? Are we... quote, get name, get tax rate. Hang on a second. I've just discovered something. I'm pretty sure that if we did get a tax rate over here, it needs to go through the decimal class, right? Needs to be casted to decimal, but this is not being casted to decimal. So probably need to do something like this. Oops. Oops. Well, tax rates. Okay, but now has tax rate. If it's not none, it should return true. For the quote though, what do we have there? If has tax rate, display all the fucking tax shit. But now why is it not doing that? Let's run this again and check. Maybe. See, no taxes. Huh. That is mighty weird. Let us check the latex output, which we just dumped to the fucking terminal at the moment. We're here. I don't see any tax for that. You know something? I think I might have called the fucking thing the for. It would help if I could spell. It would help if I could spell. Okay. So let's see what happens now. That's better. Okay. So what we now need to do is this needs to be configurable. That's going to be tax name probably, or I don't know. Probably text name or where'd our music go? Kendra, goddammit. You need to cue us music, man. I swear to you, they gave me the thinnest straw for the thick shake I'm drinking. Shame, man. That doesn't sound very nice of them. So the quote needs a... Unless what we do is we check what type tax rate is. And if it is a tuple, we can then take the first value as the description. That might work. If is instance self dot quote data tax rate. Can we just do tuple like that? Then probably need to do self.tax name equals tax, and what we need to do over here, if it's a tuple, then self.tax name equals self. Yeah, we can't have both, yeah. Self.tax name equals self.quote data tax rate 0 and 1 else. Now hang on a second, does this mean this probably can't be a tuple, then this has to be a list, because I don't think you can do a tuple in Jinja. So what this is going to be is going to look something like this. And then the other one can be cool tax. Okay. Okay. And then this over here is going to be var quote.tax name. Escape that. Okay. And over here, what we need is, oops, tax name. That's definitely going to be a string. Well, actually it's going to be optional string, right? It's tax name. Okay. Defaults to tax. This I suppose could move down a bit. I think it really matters though. Text name, string, and this over here. I suppose it's then going to be optional, because we might not have a text name. It's not set. Okay. Let's see what that looks like. Cool beans, man. Have a good one, mate. I will catch you on the flip side. Here's our cool text and here's our sales tax. Okay. Now we need to add just a percentage to that. So we can do something like this. I think that should work. And then we don't need the format text right up top here either. Well, it should be fine. Okay. It should be good. Now we do a similar-ish thing. Hey there, Antimony259. How's it going, mate? Thanks a lot for the follow, man. Greatly appreciate it. Thanks, man. We need to, unfortunately, discipline Kendra this evening. She's supposed to be saying stuff when people follow, but she's not. She's on strike or something. I'm misbehaving as usual. Okay, so if we're rendering a collection of quotes, right? Same thing probably needs to sort of apply here. Hang on, we don't need the format text rate here anymore. Don't need that. What we do need is we probably need it over here now. But hang on. Doing great, man, doing great. Hang on a second. What we can do here is we can just fucking copy what we have. Maybe not. Can we just copy what we have for the quote and put it by the quote collection? That would be a very good fucking question. This would then be quote collection has text rate, and we would probably have, fuck, I don't know, we would probably have this mother of a fucking bit of code over here, and we can probably just fucking shove it in here like this. Bam. Okay, so that is going to do something. Let's just fucking put price there. Okay, so we're going to do the same we did with the quote, but we're going to add the tax shit to the quote collection instead, or also to the quote collection. So these are going to calculate the tax. I wonder if we can calculate it. We calculate it independently. I mean, I suppose it's up to whatever is using the template to what would happen if you had two quotes with different tax values? I don't actually think, do we have the, I suppose we have to put the tax percentage on there, hey? And those totals are not including tax, it's excluding tax. Maybe we just have to add a little bit of a exception. If you add a quote with tax and you try and add tax to the summary as well, or to the collection, that would probably make sense. So this just makes it more complicated. We probably need for fuck's sake. So what are the cases we have for this? We have a case where we want to include just the total, right? But the total doesn't, it won't have tax, because if we don't specify tax for the quote, we just get the total there without tax. Now, what happens then if we display this without tax? We get down here and we want to display this with tax. We need to be able to configure this tax over here. Unless what we do is we loop through all the quotes, we grab all the different taxes that's been added to them and we just list them in a fucking long line. That won't be too bad because majority of the time we only have a single type of tax that's being added, so it'll just end up in a single line with the same fucking description and an amount. So that should be fine. But if there's more than one, it'll show up all of them, which I suppose is fine as well. Okay, and then the other thing is if we have it with tax and we want the total over here, this amount does not actually match that amount. In which case, this shouldn't have tax on it. Which makes things a bit more complicated. Unless all we do is we just hand it to who's ever using this to say, well, if you want tax displayed here, it's fine. If you don't want tax displayed there, it's fine. If you want tax displayed down here, it's fine, or not. I think we might go with that. Instead of trying to have fucking logic to handle every single case ourselves, we can just leave it up to who's ever generating these. They'll know if they need tags here or not. So then all we need to then do over here is just loop through the various types of taxes we have and just output them, and then have an option for the quote block over here just to exclude tax on it. It should be fine, right? But hang on, if you exclude tax on here and you display this over here, these totals are not going to match these totals. So maybe it needs to be independent then. We don't add tax to any of the items in this block. We just add tax to items over here then. It's a tough one. Just delete a couple metals here. I wonder. I wonder. Maybe we just add it to the fucking function that we called here to create a collection of quotes. Wait a minute. Where do we even do that? Day one quotes. Oh, it's set over here, right? Is it going to look odd? If we give the total amount, we remove this, or we remove the subtotal, we put the total above it and we say tax underneath it. Yeah, that would be weird. We need to figure this out. Okay, the first thing is if we don't want text to be output over here, but we do want to include it on the quotation itself, which I think is even more weird. Unless we just leave it displaying that, and then we just add a tax option to this area. So then you actually have to exclude tax on the quote, but you include it over here. Maybe that's a better idea. Maybe that is a better idea. So we then add tax to the collection, which would be similar to what we have on the quote. Right, and we pull out the tax rate and shit from here. that is going to come from it's not going to be a list of strings, is it? Can we just say that this is a tuple? Of string. Can we say a decimal? That'll probably be a float, and this would be a union with a float, or a tuple of them. That list is not going to work because it says tuple. We're going to get
I just found something interesting. Obsession is the most popular boat name.
What happens if we did list any? So then this would be if tags and if instance tags comma list, and this would be the first one, and this would be, that'll work. If it's not a list, tag 0. But why are you complaining? Get item method not defined in type float. Ew. It would just be tags.
What?
Often different companies have different requirements for getting taxes listed in quotes. Yeah, they do. That's the problem, you see. That's the problem. What on earth is going on here? Oh, so I'm just enabling 2FA. It's a very weird attachment name, but okay. What would happen if, when, how, if default text name, okay, we're not going to get tax rates here then. The thing is, we didn't need to fucking calculate the tax here, which is fine. I suppose we can do that. That's not going to be too much of a problem. We can just grab has tax rate, tax name, multiplier, tax and total tax. And just fucking shove those in here. I could do this 568 times. Almost like robotic head with a 300 and something names for the male genitalia, right? Tax multiplier gets tax rate, tax off, total price. Total price comes from the total of all of the thingamajiggies and multiplier. Okay, that should actually work. So if we run this like it is, we shouldn't get tax, right? It should just display the totals, or it'll just fucking complain. Missing one required argument. so this is then just gonna fucking be none. God, optional float list any union none. What is even going on here? Okay. Oh, something's gonna go terribly wrong. Well, actually nothing went terribly wrong. It's not entirely terribly correct either. Plush Master, how you doing, right? Long time no see. Yeah, I'm doing stuff I don't like doing. I'm doing great though. Hydrogen, hi, what do you think about the log4j vulnerability? Well, I'm glad I don't use Java. That sounds terrible if you've got software that's like 10 years old and you suddenly have to try and fix it now. Oh my god, are you generating some reports in PDF? Oh, that's even... yeah. It's bad. It's not what I enjoy doing very much, but it is what it is, man. It's better... okay, so I absolutely have to do this. I either do it in Perl and write a module thing in template toolkit to handle a supplier's changes in how they cost services, or I convert it to Python, fix it up a bit, make it a bit better, and then write it in Python instead. So I chose making my life even harder than it should be, and I'm doing it in Python instead, and trying to fix problems along the way with how things did not work properly before and now going to work perfectly. Okay, what did I just say regarding this? Okay, so if it includes... aha, so this should include tax. Okay, it should be total tax then, right? So this should be total tax, and this should be total tax. Hang on a second, if those are total tax, then shouldn't those values be different? They're not different. Ah. Now that is weird. That is very weird. Why is it taking the subtotal amount? Before tax. It's a quote. The quote is supposed to... that's total with tax. Oh, hang on a second. Aha. Aha, hang on a second. I think I have maybe made a boo-boo here somewhere. As tax rate. Self.tax rate is not none. So it's not going to include the tax then. It's just going to give the totals, but the totals are fucking excluding tax, which makes no sense. These totals should probably... well, I just added with tax, so maybe we fucking just need to open that PDF again and it'll magically be fixed? Well, when VS Code decides to be cooperative in opening PDFs. Well, that looks even worse than it... Well, it doesn't look worse, it doesn't look... Why on earth is this total tax with tax and that total tax without tax? That does not make too much sense. I must be doing something terribly wrong here. Total tax, total tax. Got total tax in both places. Unless... total tax. Oh, but that is on... Yeah, okay, so that's a bit of a problem. That should probably be... C. That pulls it from the quote. This adds in the quote collection tax. Maybe I can go, if not, you know something? We can just fucking copy this shit. Oh shit. I don't know what I fucking pressed there. What we can do is we can go if self.has tax rate else. Oh shit. Here's something funny again. Self.has tax rates. Some can remove the else. There we go. So if we have tax, we're going to return our own price plus our own tax rate. Failing that, we're going to return the quotes total tax. And now, seeing as the quote won't have tax added to it, it should just total it up. So this should now be fine in all cases. Okay, we got 111,749. 111,749, 130, and there's a total of these two quotes added up, and those two quotes have got tax on them. So now the second group is 3 and 4, which they've got no tax. So now what we do is we add tax onto the fucking collection of quotes by changing this over here. We go tax equals, this is going to be called FU tax, and it's going to be 90%. Okay, so if we add oh shit, oh that's not good. Quote is undefined. What? Ah. That's weird. I just added FU tax and okay, it didn't like adding a fucking parameter. Unless it doesn't like the comma? No man. Yeah, if you tax is danger money. Why? What? Jinja, be nice to me. Oh shit. I didn't add a tax parameter. Oh no, we don't need one over here. This is going all the way down to the class. But we have a tax here. And it's initialized using that. Well. That is weird. Why does it say? What on earth does this error even mean? Quote is undefined. What? What do you mean? Failed to render template test.txt. Quote is undefined. It really helps. It throws us a great deal of information where the problem is, right? Absolutely amazing. Absolutely fucking amazing. This should probably be tax rate, by the way. Make my pie happy. Put a unsmiley face there. Quote is undefined. What? I do not understand. Maybe you can't have tax equals. Hang on a second. Maybe you can't. Can we remove this and see what happens? No, you most definitely can have named key, or most definitely can have keyword arguments. But it doesn't like having two of them. Now, why would that be? That is mighty weird. It says quote is not defined, but hang on. If I remove this, which is tax equals, it's a fucking parameter. I remove that, it works. If I add that, it doesn't work. Quote is not defined. Unless it has to be here then. But it's not. What happens if we just fucking blew away all of this? I don't think it's here. If we just like removed our totals that use the tax, it now works. Okay, well, we've sort of narrowed it down. Let's try removing that and see if that does anything. We'll get to it. Oh wait, I think I see where the problem is. Found it. It's this quote over here. This should be quote collection. See? Debugging through a very obscure means. Best way to debug. Oh, my fucking LaTeX formatting is really fucking crazy shit. Tabs all over the place. Yeah, okay. Let's see what that looks like. If you text it, price amount plus tax rate percentage. I don't think it's percentage. Maybe you're right. You're probably right. I mean, you always find problems with my code. Where is our collection again? Here. Well, you didn't see that. Thank you, Mr. CryAGI. You fixed our tax problem. Let's see. Okay. Self.text. Ah. We should not be good. Where did our PDF go? Oh no, PDF, come on. Let us see. Well, there's our FU tax. However, that does not look very correct to me. Why is... Hang on a second, where's my calculator? That can't be right. We're missing some decimal places. Pretty sure of it. No, we're not. Everything's fine. False alarm. It's me that can't multiply properly. Okay, so if we added some cents to that, right? Let's add a couple of cents to this. Let's add like 1.15. Just make sure we're not gonna get like 20,000 fucking decimal places ending up on our screen. Well, there's 1.15. And oh, let me just grab my calculator just to make sure that that's right. Oh shit, where'd my fucking calculator go? Okay, so that is 21.15 times 0.9. 19035. Well, there's definitely a rounding problem there. That should be 1903 or 1904. One thing I can tell you is tax authorities don't like you rounding down. They prefer you to round up. So we need to make sure that these are rounded up and not just fucking truncated. Now, how the fuck do you do a well, this is gonna get interesting because that means that the tax needs to be on more decimal places. Ah. So when the tax is being multiplied, to get the tax amount, that tax amount needs to have more decimal places than How the fuck do we get that right? Let's quickly go back to Firefox. It seems you can set precision. I'm mitigating round off error with increased precision. The use of decimal floating point eliminates decimal representation error, making it possible to represent 0, 1 exactly. However, some operations consistently curve round off error when non-zero digits exceed the fixed precision. The effects of round off error can be amplified by the addition or subtraction of nearly offsetting quantities, resulting in loss of significance. Provides two instructive examples where rounded floating point arithmetic with insufficient precision causes the breakdown of the associative and disruptive operations of addition. Well, that sounds very complicated. I mean, isn't the problem just us rounding it? How would you round up? You would probably have to give it a number of decimal places. So there should probably be a round here. Power, remainder. There's no round. Unless, I think, how does our addition work? Do we get a rounded value afterwards? No. It's still 4. It's still 18. So I think it might actually be with our display that that's happening. It might be our macro up top here. So this might need to be there is a Python command to round up. Hang on a second. It's math.seal Python decimal seal. Is seal supported? Getting seal of decimal in Python. To integral exact rounding equal, there's no need to mess with context here. That this sets the inexact and rounded flags where appropriate. Ha. So this is going to return if we then, but that's not seal. That's, oh, wait, we don't want seal, we just want rounding. Normal rounding. To a decimal place. It means that it must have it, right? Let's see. Can we just use round? Oh, there's lots of options here. Okay, fuck it. Let us check if we just throw in round view comment 2. Actually, it probably won't explain why. Maybe it would. Maybe it would. The fuck is the function to call to round this? Oh my god. Template toolkit add-ins. Fuck built-ins, I mean. Oh shit, yeah. Terribly sorry about that. I was just about to check here for Jinja 2 built-in. Have built-ins to do rounding. Maybe that's what the problem is. Where is the built-ins math? Round. Round and give a value of a oh, you pipe it through round. Okay, well that makes fucking sense. Okay. Pipe it through round. So value piped through round to pipe through escape. Just going through format. And now that probably not going to be correct. Nope, it's still not right. So what does that value actually look like? Let's just copy this and let's just type value through escape. Hey there Moz, how's it going, mate? Let's pipe that through escape and let's close this and let's reopen that. Oh well, I must say there might be quite a couple of decimal places we have there, but that's 349. Fuck rounding, man. That's not what I expected. That is a floating point calculation that is creeping up our ass somehow. Where is my calculator gone? I'm always losing my fucking calculator. So run that from the command line instead. Okay. Now 1.15 times 0.9 equal to 1.035, and we've got 1.0349. So that calculation is being done using floats, which is why it's not rounding up. Man. And that is pretty much everywhere. Hang on, that means that that value that we're getting for the fucking quotation is being converted to a float. Is YAML float based? Is YAML going to convert everything to a float? Did it just convert my 1.15 into a fucking float? That makes things a little bit more complicated. We can check. How do we check? I think I'm dumping the data. We need to dump the data after it's been through YAML. just use pretty print. What the fuck? P print dot p print fuck. Okay. Okay. Fuck it. Let's see what that data looks like. I swear to God, if it's a fucking float. If it's a fucking float, mate. No, it's not a float. Well, that's a good thing. Okay, so it's not a float there. Which means how does it become a float? We've got decimal, decimal, decimal. Ah. Self dot unit cost. Hey there, Cisarde. How's it going, mate? Thanks a lot for the follow, man. It's greatly appreciated. Thanks, man. Okay, so where is that float coming from? When everything is decimal. What the fuck, guys? What do we have here? Decimal. What do we have here? Decimal. How are we getting a float? How is that even remotely possible? How do we have a float when we're using a decimal? That makes no sense. It's a decimal. It's now a float. Look here. What? Okay, we need more debugging. Whatever. We're just gonna add shit over here now. This is gonna be pp print. It's dump kwogs and see if somehow it has changed to a float there. Wait a minute, why can't we print kwogs here? That is weird. Hey there, I'm Nipsticks. How's it going, mate? Got a bit of project info over there for you. I actually need to be off. I need to just quickly call that client of mine. You quickly see what the fuck is going on here, though. Why are you complaining about my F string? Fuck it, let's just move our pretty print up top over here. Doesn't really matter where the fuck we put it. Let's just remove this one and throw a format document and go back here. And why are you still... Oh, it's because it doesn't return a value. Okay, well that does make sense. Okay. Whatever. We're going to figure this out. Why we are getting a float in the middle of nowhere. Don't fucking understand it. It makes no sense, man. Now okay, this makes absolutely zero sense whatsoever. It is a dict. Look here, with a value of 1.15. Right? Unit price 1.15. We are throwing it into a decimal, and it's converting it to a float. That's exactly what decimal is supposed to prevent happening. What? I don't know. That is just... that's beyond me. Anyway, chat, I need to be off for today. There's an extremely high likelihood I'll be streaming tomorrow. Extremely high. I'll see if I can teach Kendra a lesson this evening on how to actually welcome people that are following. But I'm very sure I'll be right back. Yeah, CryJar, I don't understand that. That is beyond me understanding why it's 1.15 and it's coming out, passing it through a decimal as being 1.14 20 gazillion nines. It doesn't make sense to me. I mean, how come is pretty print printing it fine? I don't know. I have to somehow try and figure that out. But anyway, I will catch you guys tomorrow. I hope you guys enjoy your mornings, afternoons, and evenings, and I'll see you on the flip side. Have a good one, guys. Cheers, man.